Yo, thanks for the happy birthday, Raina. How's it going? Yeah, sup? I'm doing alright. I'm a little tired, but yeah. Thanks.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Yeah, what's up? It's good. How's it going? That's fucked up. Dang.
Spawn.
Yeah, what's up? Thanks, man. Probably not. I'm not gonna have that much time to do runs,
I did it.
but I'll try to keep things warm. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thank you.
just met the sponginator. I'm ready. Ouch!
It's probably not gonna work.
You've just met the sponginator. Coming at ya! You've just met the sponginator.
Thanks, man.
You've just met the sponginator.
Yeah, thanks, no problem. I'll be streaming tomorrow, but
Hey, mister.
I won't be here on Friday though. 'Cause my stuff's a little late. Yeah, thanks, man. We're doing it on Friday. Yeah, it sucks. I'd usually be ending at this time because I'm waking up so late. Not a problem with me.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
Thanks,
I
man.
can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who doesn't fight him? Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants!
Absorbent and yellow and porous is he.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Number one in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Sometimes
fine.
pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Number one in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Hey, Mr.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is becoming a big problem. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that my fans always believe.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
I slept better, but I slept at the wrong time, so it's like, you know. Well, we'll see what I can do, but I can only really stream for like 4 more hours. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, I definitely was really tired.
Ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't
Yesterday I only slept for 4 hours, and yeah, I was busy today, so unfortunately, went to bed later. Yesterday I was very tired. So we've at least been having more streams that start at normal times lately, but yeah, it's just I've been having a hard time staying like asleep for more than 4 hours at a time. That's really the problem. Yeah, what's up? Thanks, man.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
That's fucking dude.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who isn't a
SpongeBob, control the launch to go. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
SpongeBob, control the launch to go. SpongeBob, control the launch to go.
Again? Again?
Hey, Mr.
similar to the last one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was worried about.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Did you have the stream open like before I went live or something? That's cool that the people like wait for the runs, you know. It's my bad for fucking waking up so late. That's cool. Yeah, I think, you know, you can see the improvements like week to week.
Are you ready, kids?
I hope at least.
I can't
It
hear
makes it interesting, like you can see the actual progress, you know. It's definitely not a straight line. But you know, for a game like this, like all the improvements are gonna be so subtle because I've been playing the game for so long. A lot of like fundamental things that have to slowly change. When you're watching somebody play like a game that they're new to though, like the improvements crazy. Like you come back the next day, everything is like different. This is gonna be I'll run this just because it's possible for it to happen.
Hey, Mr.
This is the kind of speed that'll cost you like 6 seconds though. You wouldn't even be able to clip the wall in Graveyard with that speed. Pretty brutal.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Welcome back. Yeah, I've been starting my stream too late. I can't hit that sweet spot of like being here for the evening crowds and the morning crowds. It's just hard.
Hey, Mr.
I don't think that's the worst thing ever though. Like as long as you're following me on social media and like keeping up with like when I'm going live. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world that there are some days like this where like the 7 a.m.ers get to watch a little bit more. You know? I mean, I have people who probably watch me from like 4 a.m. to like
Are you ready,
9 well, 4 p.m. to like 9 a.m., but I can't stream for like 15 hours a day, you know? Yeah, it's hard figuring out that balance, you know? Not to say that's the reason why I keep waking up late, but... I guess I'm just trying to justify it. I think it's cool having people all times of day around the world who want to watch this shit. I think that's pretty cool. I'll probably go for another like 4 hours.
Hey, Mr.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, I'm always gonna come on here and make an effort to get better though. That's like the main thing. Like, even if there's gonna be a day where I don't have that much time to do runs, I still want to get on here and practice a lot. I do think that we're in a better spot than we were in 2 months ago though.
Hey, Mr.
2 months ago when I got that 4103. I think that we're more capable now, we just don't get enough runs. So I had that run a couple of days ago that, you know, it was very weak, but it was still doable. But 2 weeks ago that weak run would have been, or 2 months ago that weak run would have been considered like really good. It would have been like eligible for like a 6-second personal best or long or more than that probably. Like a 10-second one actually. So like now like paces like that are just like barely usable and you gotta be risky with them, which is very different than how it was say, 2 months ago. It's a big difference in how we have to make decisions when we're playing.
Say hello to a bubble friend.
I mean, if I got 40 and if I straight up just got it, yeah, then it would have been pretty convenient, I guess. But you can also say that because it's so close, I've been pushing so hard the past couple of months, it's probably gotten me better.
Hey, Mr.
It's probably gotten me better at the game overall, just like having to like push more. And I see like, you know, if I weren't playing any percent for the past couple of months, I probably wouldn't be seeing how realistic 40, like sub 40 is now. You know, I probably would never have like seen that if I were just like doing 100%, for example. So I think that the overall progress is still going pretty smooth. I do think that I can get a sub 40-40. Yeah, if I just get a good run. The main problem is that the first 20 minutes I'm not getting out fast enough in the first 20 minutes. That's the biggest issue right now.
Hey, Mr.
Control the launch to go.
Yeah.
Hey Wolf, thanks for the 25 months. Thanks, man.
Fellow friend.
Control the launch to go. Control the launch to go. Control the launch to go. Control the launch to go.
Number 1 in the bikini bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running.
Shit.
Switch. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Where are all the security?
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Get bubble power. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Hey, yeah, I slept better, but unfortunately I woke up really late,
Are you
so
ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear
yeah,
you.
tough.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Oh shit, wrong level.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
The marmalade.
Switch.
Thank
Where
you.
are all the security?
Yeah, I figured that would happen.
Control the launch to go.
Get
Control the launch to go.
Hey, thanks, man.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
The marmalade.
Know the launch to go.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
The marmalade.
Know the launch to go.
Why? Why?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Oh my god, man.
The marmalade.
security.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Get
Go, launch to go.
say hello to my little bubble friend. I have say hello to my little
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble.
That was really late. Why was that so late? I feel like that text box came up like fucking
Ready, kids?
like half a second later than it usually does.
Hear you.
What even was that?
Go, launch to go.
The marmalade.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Where are all the security?
Go, launch to go. Go, launch to go.
Get say hello to my little bubble friend.
Go, launch to go.
kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who?
Say hello to my little fellow friend.
Yo, what's up?
The marmalade.
Swip.
Go launch to go.
In
Where's all the security?
Control go launch to go.
Get. Say hello to my little fellow friend.
That's wild. Of course I do, yeah. Inkstar has been watching for like longer than he's ran, I think.
Say hello to my little fellow friend.
He's been around forever. Oh my god, dude. What, like, what even? Bro. I mean, that's what Nindide does too. That was Nindide's secret weapon. That's what we all do. That's what I've been doing for the last 8 or 9 years. All the best runners practice more than they actually do runs. But I think it's important to remember that for certain games though, like for Sunshine, it's a little different because Sunshine is an IL based game where you can just practice ILs and put them together into one run. But this is a game where there's more than just the movement and the tricks to do. Like you have to know how to make decisions in the middle of the run quickly and adjust the route and you know, like make sacrifices to your route in the middle of the run. So in a perfect world you could practice all the time and only do runs sometimes for this game, but it's a different game than that one. In the past I definitely spent more time practicing as a ratio to runs usually, but I try to make up for that by having some days where I practice for like 7 or 8 hours straight and then I do runs the next day. So I try to make up for it, but every game is different. But yes, that is true. That was, that's how Nindide got better than everybody so quickly, because everybody was just streaming runs and not practicing, and he was practicing every day. And Dide also does the thing that I do, where like, if he stops progressing, then he starts adding like IL strats to runs, and he was heavily criticized for doing that because people accused him of like buffing his summer best without actually like having intentions of doing those strats, but the reality is summer best isn't your time. That's just a measurement to show your own potential to yourself as a measurement of, you know, where you're trying to push the game. So a lot of the time when you start doing IL strats and runs like that, they eventually just become mainstay. Anyway, eventually they do. But yeah, it's like... ...2016 was the first era of speedrunners where people like Nindide and myself and so forth were really trying to, you know, like push the games as far as possible without caring about record competition. That was the first like generation of runners that really cared about stuff like that. And these days you have people like Tyron who do it, you know. You have Flo, who plays a smaller game that's not as optimized as some of these, but it's still valid. He's still been playing the game for like 6+ years. There are a lot of people like that. Again, like there are quieter people who do the same thing, that their games may not be mainstream anymore, but they're still building on decades of progress and, you know, 10 years plus of experience in a game, even if it's not as competitive, like, that'll still get you insanely good at it. Because you can only cram in so much improvement into a short period of time. If you give somebody 10, 12 plus years on the same game, they're going to, you know, most of the time, as long as they're a competent person, they're going to make the record very competitive. But yeah, the number of people on a leaderboard below the world record does not give you the full story. I guess as another modern example, Suigi does the same thing where he practices more than he does runs. But again, you can get better at Mario way faster than some other games because you're literally just practicing stars like in a row. That also raises the standard for how good you have to be at those stars, but there's a streamlined path to getting good at that game, whereas some games aren't as straightforward. Like Minecraft is much more knowledge based than skill based, so a lot of that is doing runs to learn different situations and learning how to handle those different situations. So it really depends on the game. This is a game with pretty tough movement to master. The tricks at this point are definitely way harder. Like, just getting all the tricks in a run is definitely harder than mastering the movement overall at this point. But they're both relevant. And then, of course, this game also has the contingency on, you know, what your shiny count looks like, what your sock count looks like, you know. So yeah, this game is very tough to get better at if you want to get good at it. You have to really know which things to focus on, and there are a lot of abstract things in this game that are not like a straightforward path to success. So it's not as accessible to get good at it, but if you really dedicate your time to it, you figure out how to select strategies and which spatulas to do in which orders and stuff. Ugh. It's a hard game. Sunshine's a fucking hard game too. I ran that personally. I tried running Sunshine 4 years ago the way that I run this game, where you just do runs, and it doesn't work the same way. You gotta really just focus on ILs for that game. Granted, the time when I was running both games at the same time, this game didn't require nearly as much practice as it does now. It was definitely a tighter run, but it required way less practice. But yeah, this is a game where you have to balance practice and runs. You can't really just favor. If you favor practice over runs, you're missing a lot of the important things that you have to practice just by virtue of doing a run. Okay, Squirrel, thanks for the 53 months. Happy Thanksgiving, man. Pretty much.
Congratulations, SpongeBob. You beat my best time. Here's a...
Wow, that was surprisingly quick. I'm so curious to see if the monitor that I just bought is gonna make a difference, man. Like 0.07 difference in milliseconds for response time, and we're talking like, you know, bigger resolution, like larger, like 1440p. If the images will scale better on that. Oh my god, that's so bad. That's so bad, dude. thanks. I don't know how that worked. It was definitely not the best looking setup. Hey, it's been going alright. It's a lot of practice right now. Yeah.
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
that's bad.
Here we are in.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Here we are in.
What's up? Yeah, we'll see when we get to him.
Hey.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Here we are in.
Yo, Blaze, thanks for the raid. And thanks for the raid, Master. Appreciate the raids, guys. Thank you. That's cool. Nice. Good. Almost 30 seconds there. What's up, Bliss? Thanks, man. Happy Thanksgiving. I've only listened to it once. I thought the Reincarnated was really good. I think the Squabble Op is pretty overrated, but it's still fine. The Mustard ad-libbing was great, but I have to re-listen to it. I've only listened to it once. No, I listened to it on my phone too, which is like pretty heinous, but yeah. Yeah, like first impression, I thought it was probably as good or better than his last album. Yeah, they're both really good albums, but his earliest work is still untouched though, in my opinion. Like Section 80 is really good, but did I already do this? Yeah, I did. Second. Section 80 is really good, but it's not as good as his recent stuff, definitely. But GKMC into, you know, Pimp a Butterfly into Dan, like that's like a generational run right there. That's like one of the best. Oh shit. That's like one of the best 3-album runs of all time. Kanye is still probably the GOAT though of like just hip hop music in general. Like the man had 7 album run. That's just like they're all just good albums, every single one of them. It's crazy. Yeah, Hunter, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, like, you gotta, like, take the album for, like, what it is. Like, the full album. It's like, people who say that, like, The Life of Pablo is a bad album because it doesn't have as many hits as, like, or, like, people who, like, say that, like, Dark Fantasy is his best work, right? Like, you could probably argue that Dark Fantasy is like a top 3 album, but I don't think that you can argue it's his best work. I think you can only argue that The College Dropout or like Life of Pablo or like Graduation. I think those albums are much more cohesive, even though like Dark Fantasy has the hits. You know what I mean? I think you can make an argument for like any of his first 3 albums and Life of Pablo to be his best albums out of the first 7, and after that it's like, I don't know, like, I still thought that Ye was good. I haven't listened to anything past that though, personally. I just don't really have that much interest in current day Kanye West, personally, but... Kendrick is pretty consistent. I still think that his messaging is a little bit on the nose, especially with this recent album. Is like very much like what I'm doing is like better than what you're doing kind of thing. Like it is a little bit complacent, or like I like how Kanye kind of acknowledges that, but he kind of does it in like a fun and joking way instead of just like talking down. But I think that like the whole like modern Kendrick shit is more of a product of like he's fed up with the way that people are like propping up like shit rappers and people who just clout chase. So it's kind of like a response to that. Like how far can you push somebody until they crack, you know? That's just like the whole like premise of like hip hop music in general is like, you know, I'm not gonna speak for a community that's not mine, but like NWA, like fuck the police, right? Like you get pushed too far. That's how you get like Tupac, you know what I mean? Graduation, I mean, like I respect that take. I still think that The College Dropout is his best work personally, but I respect the Graduation take. And if you're really feeling spicy, Life of Pablo can be argued his best album as well, in my opinion. At least like the version that's like the current version. I think for Kanye fans, you can argue that it's his best album, but like for like just in general, like wide appeal, I still think that The College Dropout is the overall best experience. It's the funniest and most consistent, and you know, he has more of a message about his, I guess like in 2005, like his choice to like not rap about like gun violence and like gangs and shit. Yeah, that's the thing is like he's such a like universally like it's universally agreed he's. I don't think anybody would argue that there's a better rapper slash producer ever. Like I think it's undisputed that like he's literally the best rapper producer to ever live, for sure. So like, yeah, it's always gonna be a tough discussion, but it's. Graduation's still really fucking good though. Like it's still like a 10 out of 10 album. But yeah. Yeah, Kendrick is just having fun at this point though. Like I think that he's at the point where he just wants to make what he wants to make, and like that's one of the things that Kanye was kind of like trying to express, is like he doesn't have the freedom to do what he wants anymore because everybody expects the one thing. Like after Dark Fantasy, like he did a lot of experimental stuff that people just kind of rejected because it wasn't Dark Fantasy, you know. But Kendrick's position is that, like, I mean, Kendrick is somebody who observed that, because he had stakes in the game, like, not literally when his first studio album came out, like a little bit before that is when he started, but he still got to observe like, that whole situation of like Kanye kind of like coming up and like acknowledging that he has to compromise his style to stay relevant and please his fans and whatnot. So Kendrick is just the opposite stance, where like he's fed up because he stuck to his guns about the way he wants to make his music, and only now is he being recognized for it because he won a rap battle, right? Yeah, I mean, Yeezus is probably my least favorite out of the 7, but I think that like it needed to exist so the Life of Pablo could exist, so it's still valid. Like it's still pretty experimental, but it feels like the Life of Pablo is a more polished version of that. Yeah, he's a generational artist. I mean, his whole thing is like the way that he thinks is just so unique. He's got to be like at least like a 140 IQ person. Like he's one of the smartest people in the rap game for sure. But the way that he thinks is just so different than the way that everybody else like thinks in that community. Where like he's like, it's like he lives the identity that he created, and he's like trying to like with the whole Confederate flag thing, where he's like, it's my flag, like trying to like rebrand the Confederate flag to like his flag, because he thinks that it like takes power away from the whole like, you know, Confederacy thing, which is, you know, it's like he has like a really weird way of thinking about things. And the way that he like promotes his albums with like the controversies and stuff. I think that like the more sensitive people are gonna be like offended by the way that he acts, but I just find it fascinating. He's just an artist, you know, he's not like a politician or anything like that. I don't think he actually believes any of the controversial things he says. He's more so just saying it to make a point. To get you to like think about it, I guess. It's also just like seeing how far he can push his fan base, which is definitely deplorable for sure, but I think it's just like that curiosity when you're in the spotlight for like 20 years and, you know, it's like, how much free speech do I really have where I could say all this crazy shit, and like how far can I push it before I get dropped by like Adidas and so forth. He's just a really interesting person. He's definitely a persona, that's for sure. I think I get it though. I think I understand him, like his public persona to an extent.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
He's an interesting person. Happy Thanksgiving.
Are you ready, kids?
the graveyard.
SpongeBob, did you control the launch to go?
But yeah, I think that Kendrick's new album is like, it might not be better than Mr. Morale, it might be, it depends on your preference, I think. They're both pretty similar in terms of quality, in my opinion. I mean, like, I still think that, like, out of his studio albums, like, his worst one was probably Section 80, but, like, Section 80 is still a really good album, though, so, like, he's only put out really good albums, you know? But yeah, like, Good Kid, Butterfly, and Damn are just, like, that trio is just insane. I don't even think that, I mean, I don't know if it's better than the college trilogy, but it's definitely close. Definitely pretty fucking close. Like, Eminem's first 3 albums are also competitive there as well, you know. I think that those 3 artists are valid for contention of best 3-album run. And then, of course, like, you know, the 5-album run is, like, only going to be Kanye and Kendrick, and then... Is Kendrick on 7 now? I think he's on 6, right? If you count Untitled Unmastered, it's 7. I've actually never listened to that, admittedly. Yeah, and now, like, I think that he went easy on people. Like, he went easy on Lil Wayne for commenting on that whole situation. And don't get me wrong, like, in terms of raw rapping ability, I think that Wayne is a better rapper overall than Kendrick in terms of, like, lyrical ability. Like, the puns that he makes, and... like, I think that he's probably better overall in terms of, like, his creativity, but he's not gonna win a rap battle. Like, Kendrick is at this point, he's proven himself to be a good battle rapper, but it's very different, you know. Like, I still think that Eminem can destroy anybody that he wants if he really wanted to. He could probably fucking annihilate anybody because he's literally just a battle rapper who became famous. It's very different, like, the way that, you know, like, there are so many different types of artists and, like, what they focus on and what part of hip-hop they represent. Like, I still think that overall, like Kendrick probably has the most substance out of any rapper alive currently, but and that's just what I personally prefer. I don't really care much for, like, fast rapping and, like, you know, too many, like, puns are entertaining, but the word played with, like, a purpose, like a message was like much more entertaining to me, I guess. So, like, out of all the current rappers, like, you know, like, Kendrick, as far as, like, activity, is probably my favorite right now. But I think he more represents, like, a shift back to the way that things used to be, like, in the early 2000s and, like, the 90s, more than he represents, like being the greatest rapper of all time, you know. Yeah, I think that Wayne loses that battle for sure. I don't think that he can hold his own against Kendrick. And Kendrick's fans are also fucking crazy too. Like, they're like the biggest conspiracy theorists on the internet. They're gonna read into everything that he says and, like, guess up every line and bar and title and album cover, like, you know, like, I think that his fan base is just much more, like, seasoned for, you know, that kind of a thing. There's some validity to it, but some of those people are just fucking crazy. And I also don't understand, like Drake fans, period. Like, just in general, being a Drake fan, I don't get that, personally, but... that, like, when I was growing up and, like, Young Money was kind of just getting started, I thought that Nicki Minaj was better than Drake. I thought that she was a lot more creative and much more, like, technically capable. than Drake always was. I always thought that Drake was the weak link out of those three. But Drake just got so fucking popular. Like, I stopped paying attention to things and he just got so fucking popular. I never understood that, like how Drake became as popular as he is, personally. I just don't get it, man. I listened to Take Care when I was in high school and I thought that shit was mid as fuck. I don't understand that shit whatsoever. But, you know, I guess people like it, whatever. I always thought that Watch the Throne was mid as fuck when I was in high school as well.
Are
But,
you ready, kids?
Aye,
I can't hear you. Who lives in a place where
yeah, I don't know. If I had to give it to anybody, it'd probably be Kanye West. Like, Kanye West, Kendrick. Probably the two greatest of all time at this point. Like, it's hard to argue otherwise. It's pretty difficult to argue otherwise, but I still really enjoy like DMX and some of the newer guys, like some of the older guys.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
You still playing Falco? How's Mango doing these days? Yeah, I can see that, yeah. I know the feeling. Dude, by the end of the Patrick Star game, I was like fucking ready to collapse. Just streaming that fucking bullshit every day. So exhausting.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
It's like, you gotta do it because it brings people into the community and it's just, it re-engages the viewers who stop watching the original game. You gotta do it every once in a while. Like, it's just really good for overall. For the state of the community, but... by God, these games are just so mid, dude. Everything's mid except for this. I mean, like, the same sentiment, you know what I mean? It's the same sentiment. It's like, oh, I just want to play Melee. Wish more people care about Melee. Why do you guys fucking show up for this shit? You don't show up for Melee. Like, I'm sure he thinks the same stuff in his head, man. Just a little older and a little wiser than me. He has more skin in the game, you know. I think I've become less of a complainer about stuff like that over the years, though. If anything, it really just reveals what your actual core audience is when people show up at fucking 2 in the morning to watch you practice, you know? Like, who the fuck else can get that, you know? Yeah, no, exactly, man. My highest sub count outside of a subathon was during Rehydrated. Same fucking shit, dude. I'm like, oh man, like... I'm gonna get all these people to like the original game and they're gonna all surround, like it's gonna be perfect and we're gonna sing Kumbaya and hold hands and shit. And then it just didn't happen and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I did everything right. I made the history videos, I did the tutorials, I streamed the game every fucking day. I streamed both games every day. I pushed all the propaganda. What the fuck did I do wrong, God? And it's like, well, life's tough, and that's the lesson that I learned from that. It's like, no matter how good your game is, the average lowest common denominator is not going to feel the same way. it truly doesn't matter how good the game is. It only matters to the hardcore audience, which will never be large enough to sustain a livable wage. Or I guess like give you the influence that you want to be able to, you know, create the environment that you want to see on the website, which is a paradox. I'm still trying to figure that out, but yeah. Of course I fucking get it, man. Of course I fucking get it. I'm in the same boat that he's in, but on a smaller scale. Yeah, Mango is an extremely intelligent person. I think that a lot of people don't realize that. Like, that guy has a lot of nuanced thought going on inside of his head, and when you really listen to him talk, it really just, it makes itself apparent, but most people just focus on the side of him that's, like, silly and, like, relatable and whatnot, but I've always respected him as more of a figurehead and a competitor than, like, a personality. That's just the way that I am, though. Like, I don't really tend to focus on people's, like, personalities and quirks and stuff. I more so care about, like their choices that they make when, there's objectively no benefit to, like, running that community the way that he does, other than just to keep the game alive. Like, it's inarguable at this point that the reason why he's doing it is because he loves the game. Like, he's proven himself well beyond that point, you know? Yeah, but like, the thing about, like, judging Mango by his cover is that, like, his cover is a very appealing cover. Like, most people, like, judge him in a positive way, but he has a lot more depth than he lets on. He's just smart enough to know, like, not to wear it on his sleeve, you know? But yeah, people just kind of, like... And then you have, like, the Redditors who, like, complain about him, which I guess maybe is what you're referring to, is, like, judging a book by its cover in a negative way, where, like, they kind of, like, see the persona and don't, like, think about, like, the way he thinks about things and, like, the way he leads by his actions, you know? People don't get that, but... Yeah, but they're just fucking stupid, though. Like, people are just so lazy these days, man. They're just looking for an excuse to tear people down. Like, how are you gonna tear down the man who literally, like, validates your sport, you know? Like, do you think people would still care about Melee if it were just HBox playing? No offense, but, like, I don't think that HBox is really, like, creating hardcore fans of Melee. I think he's bringing a lot of people into the hobby. And, like, the tag teaming of, like, Mango and HBox is like, super effective, where, like, if HBox didn't exist, Mango couldn't do his job as well as he can. And if Mango didn't exist, then... people would just be, like, casually playing Ultimate, probably, but... Yeah, you have to recognize, like, the validity of, like, you know... They both are very effective at what they do. They have similar goals in mind, but... It's the balance of those two that really makes that sport still stick around. Yeah, old Twitter was good for some things, bad for others. Old Twitter was much better for, like indulging in, like, hobbies and art and whatnot. New Twitter, it's a lot easier to get, like, the news and, like, understand, like, get a full perspective on what people are saying and what people are thinking and reporting. But that's all it's good for these days, just being a news app. Just for updates, you know? What's currently happening is all Twitter is now. Whereas, like, you probably gotta go to a place like Twitch now for hobbies, which... In an ideal scenario, if Twitter were just being used for news and seeing what all different, like political outlets are saying about whatever topic, and then places like this and YouTube can just be for hobbies and, like, indulging in those things, like... I think that that'd be a good balance, but... Unfortunately, like, yeah, current day Twitter is definitely not a very, conducive environment to hobbyists and small communities. It's mostly about, like, pushing, like, the current news cycle, which does get exhausting. I mean, and there's also like the issue of like, you know, you have like a lot of like open racists like spouting bullshit every day. But my personal take is that it's very easy to ignore those people and like you start to mentally filter out those people and like seeing these shitty ideas get thrown out into the open in a place where you can equally like clap back at them and expose them for how stupid they are. You still get echo chambers, but at least in mind, like, these people aren't, like, going to the deepest corners of the internet to, like, spread their ideology, and, like, that stuff just further radicalizes people. Like, if there are, like, you know, like, racial supremacists, like, out there on these obscure forums, like, spreading that shit to people who also feel like they can't speak on, like, Twitter and so forth, like, that's just only going to make people further radicalized, so I do think that Twitter being the way that it is a net positive for humanity, but it's also an unfortunate situation where it's no longer like as like hobby and interest focused as it used to be. Like it's very hard to tune your algorithm to see just that stuff. Like the politics are always going to seep in. You gotta block that shit, like certain like search terms and stuff. Yeah, it's hard to get it to that point though, because I do care about the news and I do care about what's happening in the world. It impacts me to an extent because a lot of my financial decisions are based on that. It was easier to ignore it when I didn't have like skin in the finance game, but you know, now it's hard to ignore it, and I have to understand what everybody's saying and thinking to make decisions, you know. It's tough, man. It's tough. Everybody's involved in politics now. The least I can do is not talk about it on stream. Because, you know, be the change that you want to see, you know. I can't sit here and be like, you know, politics don't belong on Twitch and we should be playing video games and talking about our hobbies, like there are other places for that. And then come on here and like tell you what to think, you know. I do think that there are some universal things that have been politicized and they shouldn't have been, though, like health and, you know, like family values and stuff like that. I think those are universal things that have been proven to be beneficial to talk about as a community and, like, you know, help people. But we've reached a point where, like, people can't even agree on those basic things, so it's unfortunate that stuff has become political. But yeah, I think it's easy to filter things out once you start to notice them, and you know. The more bad ideas are put out into the open, the more they can be dismantled. People are still going to have these ideas, they're still going to have their free speech, they can say what they want on places other than like Twitter. But, you know, if they're publicly saying these things, they can be dismantled more easily than like if you're going on like kiwi farms and saying some crazy shit, you know. I don't know, you can't really like cure these social problems by suppressing them. You gotta let it air out. Yeah, and like those corners exist because, like, again, like the discourse was not free until recently. I still think that, you know, the way that like the algorithm is designed is definitely like overall favoring conservative stuff, but yeah, at the same time, it's like the information is there. Like you're not getting banned for having like a take that's like beyond like right of center, you know. At least people can say shit like that and get debunked and criticized, which wasn't happening before. So yeah, that's the danger, is like the echo chambers that will inevitably form if you restrict free speech. unfortunately. So I think that community notes, like, in concept at least, maybe in practice it's not perfect, but in concept is a really good idea.
SpongeBob taking control. Who wants to go?
Yeah, my impression of when Twitter changed ownership and started changing was that, like, it was so much harder to figure out what the truth is because there's so much propaganda and so much bullshit. Like, not only, like, you're getting propaganda and bullshit from, like, both sides of the discussion now, but the longer you spend time, like, sifting through it and, like, really, like, noticing patterns and understanding, like, you know, like, the ideas that get, like, refuted and the ones that don't and so forth, like, where the echo chambers are, like, who's debating in these discussions, you know, you start to get a feel for, like, okay, this is actually what's happening. Because thinking that, like one news source and one headline is going to give you the full story is kind of insane. Like, just, like, allowing, like, like one media company or, like, a platform that's, like, politically aligned is gonna, like, tell you the full story. The only way to really know what's going on is by seeing what everybody is saying and learning how to filter out what the truth is and what the truth isn't. That's the only way. And the more that discussion is had and the more trials are run, the closer you get to understanding what's actually going on. Because, I mean, I think the internet, I used to be like a pessimist when it comes to the internet, but I actually think that the internet, like, if the internet is left free to have open discussions, I think the internet will actually save the world. Because ideas spread faster, like, good ideas and bad ideas spread faster, but as long as the bad ideas can be criticized, I think it's pretty well balanced. I don't know, maybe Twitter should actually separate, like certain things into certain categories, like, you should be able to, like, filter out the politics if you want to. Because it is a really good news source, but it just kind of, like, keeps people thinking about politics all day, which is kind of unfortunate. It's a really good thing to have, though. Yeah, I ignored the trending tabs personally. I thought they were always bullshit though. Like before all this, you had like other kinds of bullshit. Like Dream farted and fell out of his chair. Like, it's always been bullshit. The trending tab's always been shit. I don't think there was ever a time where it was actually good personally. I think it's just a bad feature. I think I've heard of him. I don't know. Read that. Maybe I should look into him. I'm always looking for more like ways to like learn what's going on, because like it directly impacts me, you know. And like as like a leader of a community, I have to keep in consideration, like, you know, like, yes, like the Western world is pretty divided at this point over a lot of different social issues, and trying to create an environment where everybody can feel, you know, I guess like, I don't know how to, I don't want to use the word safe because of the fucking internet, but like, for the good of the game, it needs to be a productive environment where people with different and opposing viewpoints can at least collaborate on the simple task of playing a video game and making it faster, you know. So I try to really stay knowledgeable and updated on these debates and issues, just so I know like which things to, like how to navigate when certain topics come up in the community, in the chat, and so forth. It's tough when you're a streamer, like streaming to like 200-300 people, because everything that's said in chat, you can't really like feign like ignorance to what's being talked about, you know. You kind of just have to respond to everything. And these days there are a lot of people who are very confident on very controversial issues. Like they believe that their side is like morally right or like logically right, and it's definitely a tough thing to navigate. But yeah, I mean, the main thing for me is like it affects half my income, you know. Like I gotta be able to invest intelligently and make good decisions based on where I perceive the market is going and whatnot. I do have a fiduciary that you know, they're analyzing and making decisions and transactions for me, but like I still get the final call, you know. Like, a lot of people in August like were thinking about like switching to bonds and so forth, because you know, the US economy at that point was looking pretty weird, but a lot of it has to do with faith, man. I mean, like, it is very interesting that like the response of Trump getting elected was just like immediately like the stocks went up and then they went back down and then they're going back up again. Because I think it was like, oh, like whatever they believe is going to happen with like Bitcoin or whatnot. And then immediate buyer's remorse, or like trying to sell at the high point. And then now it's just like another like semi-soft landing, I guess. It's still going up. I'm just wondering if we're, because like if you look at like the 3.5 year cycle-ish that like bull markets tend to run for, like we are overdue for some kind of a recession in the stock market. And that's the main thing on my mind, is trying to figure out if that's gonna happen, like when it's gonna happen. Trying to make a move on the real estate market before that happens. I know that timing the market's not a smart idea, but I'm definitely in the market for property anyway, so might as well. Just buy a bunch of random shit coins. Well, I probably have viewers who do a similar thing to that, and they're probably gonna be supporting my subathon, so that's how I get it. Like I'm not ignorant to the fact that Bitcoin was doing really well in 2022 compared to last year when my subathon didn't do as well. You know, it's like, when I say didn't do as well, by the way, like the subathon last year was still really successful. It just wasn't like, the fucking crypto effect, man. Like, money just grows on trees, dude. Money just fucking grows on trees. when Bitcoin's doing well. God. It's like... I think that, like, caring about money beyond your needs and immediate, like, generation, like need to, like, raise your next generation is, like, truly short-sighted at this point. In the postmodern world, money is so meaningless. Like, once you understand how money works and you know how to work it, you're like, wow, like, this is actually a fucking joke. But the way that fucking Bitcoin and, like, these NFTs and shitcoins move, it's like... The fact that people still haven't figured out this shit yet, it's, like, not, like barely regulated, and, like, oh my god, it's insane. Like, once you have it, you have it. I can't even imagine, like, if you bought, like, 5 Bitcoin in, like, 2016, man. That is such a head start in life, just having, like, 500 grand like that. It's fucking insane. Once you hit 500 grand, like, things really start to open up a lot, man. Like, I feel like the average person, like, the average single person with 500 grand in the bank is, like, unless you're, like, really into, like, expensive hobbies, like, you don't really have any limitations on your lifestyle if you have, like, $500,000 in the bank. I think that's, like, and then, like, you're making, if you invest most of it, you're making a decent fucking salary off of just investments plus, like, a part-time job. You gain so much freedom around that, like, 500k range. And then once you reach $1 million, like, if you're making, like, an annual return of, like, 15%, you're just good. You're good until you're trying to have kids, you know?
I can't hear you. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Like, I think that, like, as a man in your 20s with 500k in the bank, you are golden, you know, but in your 30s you gotta make more money, or, like, figure out a way to make your money make more money in your 20s and your 30s. Yeah, I remember that. Insane, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty frugal the way that I live, and I believe that, like, within 3 generations, no matter how much wealth you create in your lifetime, you don't really know where that wealth is going to be in 3 generations. Like, you have to structure your life around things other than money. You can't just worship money. That's just a losing strategy. There are some ambitions that require more money than others. Like, if you're fucking like Elon, you're putting rockets into space, you probably need more money than the average person who's speedrunning. But at the end of the day, like, I can't imagine living a life where, like, you just want money for the sake of having it. It feels really good at first, but the more you make, at least, like, in my case, like, the more money I make, the less I care about it, personally. But you do have to make it to, you know. I think that influence is a lot more important than money these days, personally. Like, you you can reach a pretty stable point in terms of money fairly quickly if you just lock in, but I think that most people are after influence now. Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, if you succeed in finding the hard drive, then all those days you spent sifting through garbage was worth it. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like, I haven't hit the second 500k yet personally, but the first is like, okay, like now I can focus on like influencing over like trying to get myself started, you know what I mean? Once you hit that first, it's like, alright, cool. Like, now I have extra money. Like, I'm making enough money without doing anything to be able to, like, use my money to, like, influence things that I want to influence. Like the subathon. Like, I'm going to be using a good portion of that money to donate to the speedrunning community and like, help, like, new streamers, like, I guess, like, gain motivation to get into speedrunning, you know? That's what I want to do with a fraction of that. It's not like 2022 where it's like, shit, man, like, I got no plan for my 30s. I don't have enough, like, knowledge on finance or, like, money I'm making from being self-employed to really, like, make it into retirement even. But now it's like, okay, I know I'm gonna have a retirement. You know, there's a good chance that I'm gonna be able to do the things I want to do in my 30s, but, you know, I still have all this money, and it's like, like, at that point, just try to like push the world into the direction that you want to push it into, I guess. Like, my world is speedrunning, and like I'm not happy with a lot of the things that I see going on as far as like speedrun content creation and the flight from speedrunning to challenge runs, and I want to try to do something constructive about it to bring us back to where we were 8 years ago, where substance was king and, you know, practicing was a virtue and all that. You know what I mean. It almost seems like taking your game seriously is like frowned upon these days, what I'm kind of getting to.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's crazy. You gotta get to 1 million by your early 30s. Like, minimum. Early 30s, you gotta have 1 million. You're gonna make well over millions in your lifetime. It's just a matter of how you allocate it. Take a third of it and invest it. Time in the market. The sooner you start doing it, the faster it grows. Yeah, the big thing for me that like having that kind of like wealth has really influenced is like when I go to the grocery store and I want to eat healthy, I don't have to think about like what kind of eggs I'm buying, for example. Or like with streaming, like if I want to do like a subathon that costs $500 to have a promotional poster made, like I don't think twice about it, you know. I'm just like, it's cool, I want to do that, you know? So it's like, there are definitely some hobbies that are more expensive than others, but I think that investing in your community and artists and creators and your own health are pretty valid things to to focus on. I think that reaching that point where you can focus on those things is not, like, undoable for most people, you know? And yeah, it's gotten to the point for me where, like, I'm literally not motivated to do a subathon just based on the sole purpose of making money. I can't bring myself to do it, like, just based on that, you know? It's not enough motivation. Like, even if, like, this December thing is gonna make me, like, $25,000, something like that, like, that's just not enough motivation to get me to, like, stay up for 12 days and, like, not play the game and play all these, like, shitty, like, DS games and shit. Like, it's fun for the community, it's fun for the viewers, and, like, you can definitely, like, find enjoyable things about it when you're doing it, similar to speedrunning in that regard, but what's really motivating me to do it is, you know, like, seeing old people that used to watch my stream and haven't watched it in a while come back to watch, and seeing people get excited when they get 100 subs. Like, because every 1,000 subs you're gonna give 100 to some random person. Like, seeing them get excited about it, it'll just, like, take me back to the days when, like, 100 subs was, like, a super unrealistic thing for me, you know? I mean, like, you gotta admit, like, after a certain point, like, we've done 10K, we've done 20K twice at this point. Like, seeing 10K subs isn't gonna have the same, like, profound impact that it had on me the first time. I'll never forget how that felt the first time that we hit 10K. I'll never forget how that felt. But I can't lie, like, if we hit 10K again, it would not feel the same way after hitting it twice, and the second time we hit it, it was so easy, you know? So, like, what I can get is, like, it's the same thing with the speedrunning, like, you get fulfillment from, like, vicariously living through people who are experiencing the same things you did. That's, like, one of the reasons why a lot of people have kids, is because, like, instead of trying to replicate your childhood and, like, hold on to your youth, you kind of just accept that, like, you're never going to be able to do it the same way. Like, even if you went back to, like, eating the cereals and playing the video games you did when you were a kid, like, it's just not going to be as fulfilling as an experience as it was when you were, like, new to the world. So yeah, it's the same deal. Just, like, helping people who are less fortunate just feels good after a certain point when you kind of realize that, you know, the higher you climb, it doesn't really make much of a difference, I guess. It's unfortunate that, like, a lot of charity work and, like, stuff like that gets overshadowed by the people who just do it for the sake of PR. Like, just, like, inserting a charity into something because they want to, like, avoid criticism, and, like, the charity is, like, some, like, weird organization where you can't really see the effects of what you're doing. Like, charity kind of gets a bad rep because of that, but I think that just, like, what we've always done is, like, try to help people in need in the community. Like, if somebody has, like, medical bills, we try to help them with the medical bills. If their house blows up from a gas leak, we try to help them with that. You know, stuff like that is, like, you can actually see the impact, and it's helping your community, you know. I think that stuff is, like, worthy of its investment. Yeah, I mean, I'm a streamer, so I'm a little bit out of touch, I'm sure, but you definitely have to be involved in stocks and having your money growing while you're sleeping. You can't realistically make it to 1 million just being employed or self-employed by the time you're 30. You got to have your money working for you, definitely. Which I think if more people started when they're younger, they can realistically do that, but they have to know what to do, yeah.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. SpongeBob has an opening, but will he get the drop on the robot?
I mean, like, I know a guy who, like, he's far more generous than I am. He's basically just, like, carrying this, like, this speedrun community that I follow, like, on his back, where he just donates, like, hundreds of subs to all the different streamers. He just really, really likes that community. And like that's the kind of stuff that you can do where like if one person is like so affluent that they can just like do that shit, you know. It all depends on your life goals, obviously, but yeah, you can make a massive impact if you if you have like $10 million and you're making like a 10% return on that once a year. That's $1 million you can just spend on whatever you want, unless you're like, again, like highly ambitious, like corporatist, I guess. But if I had an extra $1 million to do whatever the fuck I wanted with it every single year, it's easy to say that you would do things, but like, I guess if I had like an extra 50 grand laying around every year to just donate, I would literally just support the streamers that do the speedruns that I like personally. I'd probably do the same thing.
There's another opportunity for SpongeBob.
I don't really see myself leaving speedrunning ever. I don't think it's going to be something that I ever abandon. Yeah, I think that this community needs to stay financially literate, so we do have the power to keep things like this around in the future. So it doesn't get like colonized by people who don't actually like involve themselves in the hobby. Yeah, like $1 million extra per year. Everybody's different, but like, I think the number that you would need to reach to be able to live a comfortable life and never have to think about money again is probably around like 2.5 million in today's terms. I think if you had $2.5 million, it's making an annual return of like a conservative like 7%. Through most of the bear and bull markets, you're probably going to be able to like just withdraw that money and live off of it. It's my personal opinion. Yeah, it's obviously going to be different in the U.S. Yeah, that like personally, I live in the U.S. That's how it is. Like in the Northeast. Northeast is very expensive. Quality of life is really good and the culture is nice, but like, yeah, it's more expensive here, definitely. Shit, I almost did it. That should be your goal. It's like reach like 2.5 million before you're like 40, I guess. There are so many ways to make money on the internet now. Yeah, that's the thing about me is like, I just like to move people. That's like my whole ethos is trying to use like art to like make an impact on my community and bring people together. That's like my whole deal is like get people to come out to events, bring people together, and like share hobbies and stories and stuff, like community driven things like that. So like, I just don't really care about material things that don't like serve to accomplish that goal, you know? You can maybe like make the argument that like status symbols like watches and like clothing and stuff are like good to have to like command respect from people, but it really depends. I think that it's also age dependent too. Like, you probably make an argument that like having like an expensive watch like can command the kind of respect from people that can be used to influence like the things that you want to see happen. Just commanding respect from a room, and like you're also the guy who's like speedruns a really cool game and you want people to respect the game too. Like a lot of it is who's representing the game and like how they carry themselves and so forth. I get that. Nobody's perfect, but
what an opening for a guy literally filled with openings.
Status symbols definitely get people's attention.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, man, because like it's definitely a valid thing. Like signaling status is definitely something that can help you influence things the way you want, like just dressing nice and like wearing like expensive things can definitely like signal to people subconsciously that you're an important person and the things that you care about and you invest your time into matter. Definitely. But well, if Embracer Group, Embracer Group is already going bankrupt, man. I don't even think it'd be 100 mil. If I had $100 million now, we're in my 30s and unable to speedrun anymore, that could be something, sure. But like, the older I get, I start moving more into the direction of being like an advocate for speedrunning in general, not just this game. I'm an advocate for the individuals who take their games as far as they could possibly go. That's what I'm more of an advocate for these days. And of course, like, it's bonus points that they have good taste, obviously. Like, if you like this game, you have good taste, you know? So there's like another level of respect to that. But the inherent idea of just like pushing something to its logical extreme is kind of like a center point of a community. Like, we all may have like different values and different ideas and different opinions and social circles and stuff, but we can all come together to enjoy this one thing, you know. I think that's a very valuable thing, especially postmodern Western world, to have something like that. People can just all agree on it, you know. It's a good distraction from bullshit. Yeah, that stuff is fucking hard, dude. And like, a lot of the time people like naively invest money into things like that. Like, I was thinking about doing that actually. I wanted to invest 10 grand into Pace. But I feel like Pace has a ways to go before they can prove to me that like they'd be able to spend the money on valid things and put on a competent show. Like, I like Pace and I like what they're doing with the speedrun summits and stuff, but like, they gotta prove to me that they have smart people on their creative team and like a competent staff that can run the event well before I want to like invest in anything, you know. Because I definitely thought about that and I did offer it and they said they weren't willing to take it at the time, admittedly. But yeah, I mean, I think I have a pretty decent understanding of why games done quick is no longer as appealing as it used to be. And I know that a lot of people just like to point fingers at the politics and stuff like that, but I think it's a lot deeper, and a lot of it has to do with things that people don't want to admit, like getting older and not finding a pajama party for a week with other young adults that appealing, you know. Because you gotta admit, like, when you're at these kinds of events and they're like people in their early 20s and like mid 20s and we're hanging out with like we're in like a hotel room hanging out with like 30-year-olds like partying and stuff, like that's not really as appealing as it used to be when you're older, you know. Like if you're like a 30-year-old in a room, people are just like, you know, like partying and shit. You have different life priorities at that point. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that. I think that GDQ is still accomplishing what it's trying to accomplish. It's definitely like trying to be more of like a safe space for like gamers and like the LGBT people and whatnot, which is still valid because, you know, these people they need to have somewhere to go, you know, they can express themselves. That's perfectly valid. But I get that kind of environment is not like focused on the meritability of video games as it is on like giving people a place to go to hang out, which is like, again, it's valid but different. And it's unfortunate that like GDQ used to be like the Super Bowl of Twitch, where like every single year, like twice a year, it's always like the biggest thing, everybody's watching it, you know. But I don't know, I think it'd be really hard to get things back on track in that regard. Like, have a speedrunning event be the biggest thing on Twitch for a certain period of time in 1 year. I really think about this stuff a lot, and I don't know, it's tough, man, because a lot of it is because speedrunning is just no longer new to people. The real fundamental issue is that we don't effectively build appreciation for the hobby. People were just kind of focused on, like, who has the world record, and the world record history, so to speak, as some have coined it. Yeah, but, like, I think it's tough to say whether, like, it's GDQ responding to the environment or creating the environment itself, you know? I think it's tough to say whether it's the chicken or the egg in that situation. Which, like, that tends to be a lot of, like, political discussion, too, is, like, chicken or the egg discussions. I think that what we immediately have control over is how we choose to present these games. That's the immediate control that we have, like, who we choose to outsource our information to. Like, if Summoning Salt comes into your Discord server and asks you to, like, provide research on a game that he's never played to make a video on it for his channel that will make thousands of dollars and get him more clout, and you're just an episode in that series as opposed to taking the initiative to make the video, and, like, maybe it gets, like, a couple, like 5-digit views, but it's still your video, and it's still the start of building a niche that can support itself and support runners of the community monetarily. It's really not that crazy to, like, build a niche off of a game that, like, because millions of people have played these games and people are looking for them, but they can't find them, you know. If YouTube went back to the way that it was, where it's niches within niches supporting themselves, as opposed to just, like, journalists who are interested in the broad niche making videos on everything and everyone, yeah, I think that you'd see the you'd see more people motivated to speedrun for sure, because it would be clearer that it's a viable source of income. But even, like, the speedrun viewers these days are just so obsessed with, like, the world record history of a game and not actually witnessing the history in real time. They're not really enthusiasts, they're just, like, getting the updates on the talking points on what the, like, what games are being talked about and which records are important to talk about and care about. Everybody's just looking for the scoop, reacting to whatever they're being told is the important thing currently. Not a lot of curiosity anymore. Alright, so you're not gonna work. And I'm not necessarily a hater of people like Summoning Salt who do this sort of thing where they just, like, I don't really care if it takes you 200 to 300 hours to make a video. It's still, you spend 300 hours practicing singular strategies in these games. The tens of thousands of hours that are required to produce the history that this guy covers, they are getting the short end of the stick by far. And it is, like, the ecosystem is still going to be what it is. Like, vultures are still going to exist. You're still going to have people who are observing from their ivory tower these people who are working on these games every single day. And they're still well within their right to talk about them. But the fact that the runners themselves are relinquishing their control over the narratives of their communities and the kinds of people that they pull into their communities, because there's a separate dimension other than just how cool the game is, you know. It's not just that, it's also the legacy and the story that's told by these communities. And if you're letting the same person tell the same story they project onto every game, it's like every game just feels the same at that point, and then speedrunning is just boring. It's not just about the strats that we do, it's about the stories that we tell, and, like, whoever has the world record and whoever's, like, competing for the world record is just, like, such a small element of the story that is just, like, not, it's really not even that important, honestly. A lot of it's just about the statements that are made by the record holders, and, like, their ethos and, like, what motivates them to play is a lot more interesting than the actual game itself being lowered. But yeah, most people just have a surface level understanding of the hobby. I think that's just because we don't advocate for ourselves enough, and people should advocate for themselves more. I think that everybody who's, you know, this good at a game should know how to edit their own videos. It's not hard to learn. Most of the popular YouTubers just like intermediate level editing anyway. Because they get gassed up like crazy and their formula works, so they're not motivated to actually improve it. Yeah, like, exactly, like you got a good point there that like a lot of sports is just like, I mean, you're catching a larger curve, right? Like, you're gonna have people like who are like on the lowest part of the curve where it's like they're so casual that they can only know the teams by name, and like their grandpa wore like a Yankees hat, so they're Yankees fans, right? They couldn't name a single player in the history of the game. And then you have people who are just like, they're so into it that they know all the stats, they attend all the games, they watch everything in person. You know, it just consumes their life. For sure. So, but the reason why people on that end of the spectrum can exist is because there are sports analysts who talk about these things, and that content is out there, you know. They only have so much time to distribute these across in terms of watching the games. Like, what do you mean by, like, time distributed? Yeah, no, like, I just think that there's not, like, people don't really understand, like, the essence of speedrunning anymore. It's just been so, like, content-pilled that people have, like, essentially, like, they've come to the conclusion that challenge runs are more interesting because you're not resetting as often, I guess, and, like, the pressure of the timer is like, you know, like people are just generally like happier and like in the moment, like there's more pleasure associated with it. And there's more content, like clippable moments from the content, like a playthrough that's like not like planned out, you know, like the Iron Mon stuff. And I really enjoy those videos too, but like you can enjoy both and also have appreciation for speedrunning, you know. You can't witness more than one game's history pan out at a time. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Like, I definitely have my moments where I care more about watching one game than another, but I feel like I'm always watching some kind of speedrun. I get burned out of it, but like, there's just like this notion that, like, from like the Summoning Salt fans who pounced on me when I gave my take on Twitter a couple of months ago, that there's no value in watching these things live, and that they only want to wait for the recap and the world record history videos. That's what I'm talking about. Like the people in that thread who are comparing what I'm doing here, well, not this because I'm practicing right now, but like when I'm actually doing runs, people comparing that, the act of actually doing the runs, to like Michael Jordan, like practicing shooting hoops and getting mad if people don't show up to watch him practice. Like, no, like this isn't practice. Like what you're looking on the screen right now is practice, but when we go into runs, like when you're watching runs on stream, that's not practice. That's like attempting to get the world record that is then being talked about in these documentaries, you know? And like sports fans still watch the Super Bowl, you know? I think a lot of it's just overload, is that like people don't know when to tune in because they've seen so many records and they've seen so many, like every single day, like you're trying to get the record. It's like if the Super Bowl were every day, you wouldn't be tuning into the Super Bowl every day either, you know? It's tough to distinguish when the right time to watch is, because people, like, they invest their, not everybody wants to invest their time into watching something that's not going to pay off. Whereas, like, a specific kind of viewer is going to, like, that makes them more motivated to watch, because if they spend 100 hours watching somebody try to get a record and they finally get it after the 100th hour, it's just much more rewarding than just, like, scrolling through shorts and just, like, being pleased all day. Which, you know, people like that who feel that way are out there. They're just harder to reach through the algorithm that is optimized to promote the exact opposite kind of content. Like, I'm sure that there are hundreds of people out there who would love to watch exactly what I'm doing here, but it's hard to get through to them because the algorithm doesn't show them that shit, you know? I think that the algorithm has to get better at optimizing, like, Yeah, there's definitely a way that it can offer like better optimization for like individuals who have curiosity about like specific topics. And I actually do have my algorithm on YouTube at least is kind of like tuned to like get niches recommended to me for sure, but like at the same time, like these people who make videos on niches have to make their thumbnails and their titles and their commentary more appealing or it's not going to work. So it kind of like falls on the responsibility of both parties in this situation. Like it is definitely true that the algorithm promotes slop, but at the same time, I think that the people who really do have the adoration for this hobby and like really think about it and understand it and like understand like what value it provides that other hobbies don't provide at this point, because that's really what the problem is, that people don't perceive the unique value that speedrunning has on Twitch and YouTube. They can no longer distinguish the value that speedrunning has compared to challenge runs and so forth. I think that we're doing the hobby a disservice by not thinking about these things and talking about it in a way that is appealing to people. Like really just getting down to the root of it and asking the core question, why do we do this shit? And I'm not talking about like an R white goose like doomer perspective where it's like we're just doing it because we want to feel good about ourselves and get world records and think that we're better than people. Like if you feel that way about speedrunning, I think that you're in the minority first of all, and I feel sorry for you if that's how you really, if your real outlook on speedrunning is that. I think that like several valid points of view are game preservation, setting a benchmark for yourself to improve as that kind of rubs off on other areas of your life. You've never seen that clip? Fucking speedrunning is the most degenerate hobby ever created. I mean, that's just like the way that R White Goose thinks. He's like a GoldenEye speedrunner. I don't know if you know who he is at this point. He's like pretty old school. But I think that game preservation, like a creative outlet is valid, a competitive outlet is valid. You know, self-improvement, those are all pretty valid reasons to speedrun. But yeah, I don't think that you should do any kind of hobby or activity to like boost your own ego. You know, like you can't really like take like the acts, like the accomplishments of the individual and like attribute that so much to your personality that you ignore the fact that like the people who surround you are the reason why you are what you are. I mean, speedrunning teaches you that more than anything else. So like, I wouldn't be able to get a sub 40 in the future if it weren't for the fact that all these hundreds of people who got into the game found all these strats and helped with the movement and so forth. Oh, absolutely, no, for sure. And I scratched the surface of that personally, but there's so much, yeah. Arcade games especially. Like, I was talking to somebody who's like a big fan of like MagFest today. And he explained how like they bring in all these arcade machines from Japan that just never make their rounds in the US. And like Mother 3 has never really had a true port, you know? It's like, I think that's what it is, the one it is, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of gaming culture from the US and Japan definitely cross over for sure. Which is probably the reason why Nintendo speedruns are so much bigger than non-Nintendo speedruns. Because they have that whole, like, Japanese community. The Japanese are the ones who fucking discovered Ace and Sunshine. That's like the abridged version, but in communities that have like a Japanese presence, you have to like remember that. I wish I could explain from personal experience because I'm just an observer to this, but like Like sometimes things get found and there are like discussions that you can't be a part of because there's a language barrier. This community's always been primarily North America and Europe speedrunning it. So we've always had like, you know, English has always been like used as the primary language of the game. And part of that is definitely because SpongeBob in the early 2000s was not really popular in Japan, you know? Like SpongeBob in Japan was probably in a similar spot that like anime was in like the 90s, in the early 2000s for SpongeBob, I mean. SpongeBob is just a show that's hard to appreciate unless you're listening to it in the original language because of the voice acting and all that. Like there are gonna be cultural differences, especially with a comedy show. Like Japanese humor is a lot different than North American humor, so a lot of the humor isn't gonna translate perfectly. Because so much of it is like situational comedy and voice acting reliant. Like SpongeBob to a Japanese native speaker is not going to be the same to like an English native speaker. And like even if the game is, you know, amazing for speedrunning and casual, like a lot of people just won't care enough to try it if it's not appealing to them, which is a convenient thing that a lot of the elitists in certain communities like to leave out. Is that a big reason why some games are popular is because they mean something to the kids who grew up with them, you know. A lot of speedrunning is rooted in nostalgia as opposed to actual substance. The substance definitely keeps the runners and the hardcore fans around, like the core of the community and the hardcore fans. Like I never played Mario as a kid, but Sunshine's one of my favorite speedruns, you know. There are definitely like hardcores who feel that way, but the lowest common denominator is just kind of like indoctrinated into it, like Sausage was bringing up earlier with the sports thing. Like most people are just into it because they're into it. I hope the Robo Sandy fight goes well. Based. Yeah, big thing is ROM hacks, keeping the game accessible to casuals, definitely. For sure. The modding scenes ultimately carry the speedrunning scenes. Not just in terms of like giving casuals more things to do, but like even just like the practice mods too. It's like that shit is truly invaluable. When I talk this much, I get lightheaded and shit, so it's a big reason why I don't talk that much usually when I'm streaming this game, but I just get lightheaded when I talk a lot, and that drains my focus, and like if something's funny I get tilted, you know.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Thanks, man. I think you gotta have a good balance of some days are more lax than others, some days are hardcore, some days aren't, you know.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Starting runs at 6 in the morning is not ideal. But if you get one good one, you know, you never really know. Like yesterday we played for like 9 hours or something.
I'm going fishing for robots.
10 hours. But we didn't finish any runs, so. Yeah, I slept well, but I woke up at a weird time. Yeah, sometimes I wish that I could like wake up at a normal time and live a normal day and be awake when the sun's up, but I don't know. Whenever I try to do that, I just get bored of it and I want to go back to streaming at night. I definitely like being at night, like a night dweller overall more. Just sometimes the grass is greener, you know.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Sometimes you just wonder what's on the other side. Fuck this. I just like the overall quietness of the nighttime, like the feeling of like knowing that most people are sleeping.
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
All of these thoughts about speedrunning and stuff, like, that's what I want to base these documentaries around, like my experience speedrunning, and of course like touching on all the strats and records and community stuff, but like I want people to take something away from it. Like I want you to come out of watching the video like with a new perspective on the hobby and maybe even life if you know, really get into it. Like the mind of somebody who spent their 20s dedicating it to like a game that, again, at the start was not known at all, and then it became very popular, and then just continues doing it even after it's no longer popular. It's like, that's a unique perspective. Because I wouldn't say this game is exactly random for people who grew up with like cartoon games, but it definitely was not like, it isn't the kind of game that is it's not like a Nintendo game, you know. I think this game getting bigger as a speedrun opened the door for a lot of other licensed games to get popular as well, or at least like somewhat popular, have somewhat of a fan base.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again
Like
sometime.
these kinds of games were just completely stigmatized before this game. I give credit to Ed and Eddie too, because I think that was the first like cartoon game to really make it into GDQ as far as I'm aware. I gotta like do some more research on that, like look at like the schedules of GDQ in the past. But, like I know that like Ed and Nettie was like they played it safe with that. I think they had a pretty
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear.
there's a connection between like Konasumi like speedrunning that game in GDQ and then like coming to this game and advocating for it, and there was a guy on the committee who was an advocate for this game as well. Plus the fact that like there was me who was doing what I was doing with the game at the time. Like I was unignorable in 2016. I was
Downtown.
everybody in the speedrunning community had an opinion on me in 2016 in the game, so they all just kind of lined up and they said, you know what, fuck it, we'll give SpongeBob a chance. And
Thank you.
yeah, from there, the developer, the co-founder of the studio that made the remake, noticed the game again. Like he was reintroduced to the game through GDQ and the speedrunning community. And they were the ones who pitched their offer to
Just met the sponge
THQ Nordic to remake the game. THQ Nordic wanted to do it because they saw the game was getting more popular on the internet and being talked about more. And you know, SpongeBob is a safe bet as far as like IPs go. If a SpongeBob game is popular and SpongeBob itself is still popular, and you know other remakes are doing well, and the community that made that is making the speedrunning in the game itself popular and like putting it on the map also has a tool that can be used to port the levels to the engine that you're making the remake in. It's like it's kind of a no-brainer. You can just like remake the game in 6 months on a low budget. And of course, like, you know, going beyond that and like using the speedrunning community for PR, like inviting me to the studio and working with the speedrunners and like communicating with people in the community is like really smart on their part. Those are all factors that contributed to the success of Rehydrated, even if the hardcore community
Make myself a snack.
is not a fan of how the game was handled in terms of like quality control and you know like passion put into the project. Rehydrated kind of was the bare minimum, but the fact that it exists is really cool, and the fact that it was successful is even cooler. That critics have gone back and re-rated the original game because of the success of the remake and all the speedrunning and all that.
They'll
It's now regarded by many critics as a classic game, when before it was just made fun of and ridiculed for being SpongeBob. So it was definitely a big shift in perspective, you might say. Yeah, being not just being a part of it, but also leading the charge. That whole movement was a unique experience that most people in the speedrunning community won't be able to
Jellyfish today
say
is fine,
they were
going
part
crazy
of, or
with
even
robots.
close to, you know. So that's definitely a unique perspective that I want to get out there and talk about in the future documentaries that'll cover the whole thing. That's the plan.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
We gotta get sub 40 first, though, man. It's gotta be sub 40.
well,
Yeah,
That's the only one that'll be.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
It's just nothing. There's never been a better time than if, like, there never will be a better time than when sub 40 happens, you know. That's the one headline that is worthy of concluding a documentary on this game's speedrun history.
Go.
Is the first sub 14.
Hey,
And of course, there'll be more history after that, but I think as just like a starting point, like to understand how it got started and really like dive into the culture surrounding the game, speedruns. I think that's a really good time period to cover.
we can't jellyfish today.
Essentially just a 15-year time period it's probably gonna be.
How? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator.
This is...
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well, Yeah.
I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey! We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again
Just
sometime.
I don't know what's going on here lately, but
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
yo, what's up, dude? Thanks. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
They'll
Go.
Hey,
Ace.
No, I'm just gonna starve myself.
You ready, kids?
I'm gonna do it for the content.
Hear you.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have some birthday cake.
well.
You know what I'm saying?
I make myself a snack, but there's no pie.
Yeah, something like that. You know. 500 candles for my 500th birthday. This bit's been going on for like at least 900 days at this point.
They'll
Go.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no pie.
Every time somebody says happy birthday, I just get a year older.
They'll
Go.
Hey,
Yeah.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow. Ow! Ow!
Thanks.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye,
I can't hear you.
aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no pie.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey,
the
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! Ow! Ow! What? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Why, man? Just why?
Now I can wear 4 pairs of Right.
downtown.
Cool, let's just fucking do that, man. Sure.
Are you ready, kids?
Fine, fine. Just fucking press whatever buttons you want.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
I don't get it. What's the problem?
Ready, kids?
I don't get it, man.
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Happy Thanksgiving, man.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm not doing, I'm not gonna be here on Friday. That's the day that I'm doing stuff, but today is, just gonna be a normal day. That's just the way that it works out for me. Like, Friday is the day when I'm doing stuff, so I'm not gonna be here on Friday, but I will be here later today as well. There'll be another stream tonight.
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah, no problem.
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
Really just the best day ever, huh?
I can't hear you.
It's really just playable video game today.
Well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey! We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, thanks, man.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Just met the Sponginator.
Okay, let's just dance around, sure. What is even happening today, man?
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
What's up?
Number one in the bikini.
There's another one.
Number one in the bikini bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
This is low. In the SHiFT Fantasy League. Yeah, what's up? We just started, so I guess we're just seeing. Yeah, what's up? I've been doing alright. All things considered, I guess.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear.
Year to date, doing fine, I guess, but yeah. I gotta get back on track with
Well,
streaming at the right times and stuff. That's the big thing that's bothering me.
I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yo, what's up? Everybody waking up for Thanksgiving? Is that what's going on here?
Ow! Ouch! Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Oh, dang.
What? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
What diabetes are you eating? Is it like honey bunches? Because valid diabetes if it's like honey bunches or like mini wheats or something like that.
Thank you.
Those definitely go hard. Enjoy them while you can. These days I just got a brain fog whenever I eat those. My skin gets bad and shit.
You've just met the Sponginator.
Why does this keep happening? that's a high tier one. That's like an A tier. Oh, you think that Frosted Flakes are bad? I have to disagree with that. I have to disagree.
Well,
Yeah, Frosted Flakes are A tier for sure.
Make myself a snack. But there's no time!
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, if you wanna make a better decision as far as like eating things out of a bowl with a spoon, it's like the consistency of like the cold milk and like I just eat blueberries just straight out of a fucking bowl. I just straight up pour the blueberries and eat them like they're cereal.
Hey,
Like frozen ones. Satisfies that for me. As I do enjoy the like part of the cereal experience is like the feeling of like pouring the cereal into the bowl and hearing it like bounce against the glass and like pouring the milk in and like the sound of the I'm making everybody hungry right now, but my point is that
going fishing for a
you can accomplish a lot of these things with healthier options and then you don't have to feel bad about it when you eat it. That's a big reason why I control my diet so much, because I need to. I think that the self-worth preservation that you get out of it sounds extreme, but like I feel bad when I eat shit too. I think we all do deep down. If we don't, we're just not really embracing it. I saw that the Smash community learned what a nutrition label is recently, and they're all going crazy about like the serving sizes and shit. I'm like, well, I think it's good that people like HBox and Mango are starting to be more health conscious. It is kind of funny seeing these guys discover this stuff in 2024. Like wait, there's like 0.5 grams of trans fat and like a fucking like this big of a serving, and the container is like the size of my hand. Like what? It's just crazy the stuff that they get you to eat, man.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yeah, well, America has healthy choices, but they're just obscured. That's the thing. I don't think that's because of, like, any issue with, like, the grocery stores or anything like that. I think it's just that, like, a lot of Americans don't like to admit they like being marketed to when it comes to, like, products and, you know, like, you can make as many rules as you want, but it's very hard to... Like, what are we gonna do? Ban potato chips? You know, you can't really do that. But potato chips are gonna be marketed like crazy to Americans, and it's a very consumer-based society. We like to buy things a lot. At least some of us do. Wheat Bix, we probably have like a similar alternative, I imagine.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like, if it's for a self-care thing, I used to be the same way. There are better options. There are healthy options that like accomplish the same thing. I actually think that, you know, like the net negatives of like eating stuff like that all the time is like, like trust me, because I've been there. I'm 28 now. I've been through that road of like, yeah, well I deserve this, you know. But like what you really deserve is to feel good, and that takes a long time to really, you know, like truly reach that, like, what's the level, like plateau, like the health plateau, or like your health decisions have reached a point for you where like you're fully focused and like all of your like the stuff that you have as far as like your like sleep and like your mental health is like going away. Like all these problems like start to fade away after a while when you control it for long enough. I'll always advocate for, you know, rewarding yourself with like rewarding your mind in a way that is also rewarding your body. exercise is a good way to do that too.
Well,
Exercise is a lot of work, but
Yeah.
you're rewarding your body and your mind for exercising.
Snack. But there's no time.
I think I forgot to ride my bike yesterday. Yeah, I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but yeah.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
But yeah, I think it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to reconcile being health conscious when you're actively putting things in your body that you know are bad for you. I think that you can like fake it for a while, but like deep down it doesn't feel good to like kind of like be on that plane of like I recognize this is bad for my body, but my mind wants it. Or like there are definitely alternatives that you can get a similar effect out of, and like I've come up with some pretty solid recipes that like helped me get away from that. Like, I used to be really into like chocolate chip pancakes, but I started doing the sugarless chips with sweet potatoes, and it sounds nasty like sweet potatoes with chocolate chips, but it actually tastes really good. And as you go, like at some point you kind of just like forego the chocolate chips, and you know, yeah, it's a matter of getting there. In an ideal situation, like you never want to even partially regret the thing that you're putting into your body. You never even want to like partially regret that, because it really does a wonder for your mental when you know that every choice that you're making is deliberate and you have like full agency of yourself, and you're not like succumbing to like urges like that, you know. Like as somebody who's been there, I'm telling you, like it makes a world of difference. It makes you way more confident, way happier when you have like full control over yourself like that. That's why I don't drink alcohol either. I never heard of that, but like I just tend to like shy away from products. I like to focus on raw ingredients. Shouldn't inject myself with bleach, shoe polish. Yeah.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
I think that it's a lot easier to take control of your life like that if you have a clear goal in mind that isn't just simply... Are you laughing? Because it was funny? Yeah, probably not. You probably wake up with a buzz cut. Probably. Probably wake up with a nice buzz cut.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow.
That'll be a forever classic meme. Fucking freaky barber. Yeah, well, a lot of things are marketed as being healthy, but they're not actually healthy. You gotta be careful the stuff that you listen to in the US, because a lot of it is like, even like our politics are heavily subsidized by these corporations that want to sell us products, and it's very effective because we do buy a lot of products in the US. It's very effective selling like food as a product and then like convincing us that we need it. It's like for sure. You gotta really like think critically here to get ahead. The opportunity's there, but it's like living on hard mode to really figure it out, you know? What you put in is what you get out. I never really believed in that until I got into my mid-20s though. I wish I realized it sooner. Yeah, absolutely. And like you can feel that good in the US for sure, but you just gotta cook things yourself. It's like harder, you know.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
It's very possible. It's just more expensive. Sometimes. It depends. Depends on what you're eating, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Create products, or create problems and sell solutions. And if you don't think that happens, I mean, everybody in the world is just such a good person. Nobody would ever do that. You know, I just eat raw ingredients. I eat eggs. Well, the one thing I don't cook for myself is meat. That's a treat for me. Like whenever I have the opportunity to eat meat, like as long as it's not cooked in like nasty oils and stuff, like as long as it's on like very plain with like maybe just butter, that's when I'll eat meat. But most of the time, I get my protein from like eggs, seeds, and cheese. That's my primary go-to when it comes to protein. And I have like, you know, the healthy sugars like the blueberries, the kiwi. Try to get in those vitamins with the leafy greens. Yeah, not everything is about calories. You gotta hit your vitamin ratios too, whether you get it from food or supplements. Me personally, I take a little bit of vitamin D, simply because we just genuinely don't get enough of it with our lifestyles. I take like 1,000 milligrams, or not my milligrams. What the hell is it called? IUs, international units. I take like 1,000 IUs every day of vitamin D, which is really low, but I think I get a lot of it from like the eggs and other food that I eat, so I don't really need that much. Always get a blood test to calibrate this stuff. Don't just do it on a limb. Because I was taking 10,000 IUs for a couple of years, and that caused a lot of hormonal issues that thankfully I've gotten over at this point, but you gotta be careful with that stuff. Like, locking down your diet is underrated. Making sure you have good blood flow is underrated. Those sorts of things, you know, they go a long way. I've seen dramatic health improvements this year just simply focusing on avoiding certain foods and, you know, like making sure that I'm keeping the body moving every day to some extent. It takes a while for it to work, but after a few months of it, you really start to notice a lot of positive changes. I should just fuck.
Coming at ya. It shines. Ow.
What?
There's another one.
Cowabunga!
Take that.
Yeah. A modest amount, nothing crazy, but I do what I have to do as a man in his late 20s to not decompose.
Number one in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
Okay, dude. I fucking get it. Thanks, man. Happy Thanksgiving. Turkey. Why is this game so fucking stupid, dude? Fucking reset this now. It's barely continuable.
With sleep, dream.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Let's just fucking let's be this way forever.
Ow!
Sounds good, man. I don't even fucking understand. Every single day practicing this stuff, and it's just not even close to enough. Thoroughly practicing everything in the game for 3 to 4 hours every day, and you do runs, and it's like you've never touched a single part of the game ever. It's like a casual playthrough.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Happy Thanksgiving. Can't believe how unproductive this session was. Just literally could not get a single run. It's insane.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. dungeonator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What's...
Number 1 in the...
Yeah.
Hey Badger, thanks for the 30 months.
There's another one.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
This...
With sleep.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
I don't think so, no. I've seen Jay a couple of times, but not 5. Just don't fucking even challenge it, man. Just like, I'm just tired of this shit. Can't do it. Just can't do it. Can't do it, man.
Sponso! That.
Just gotta be able to read that earlier.
Spot here. Fuck.
Horrible run. Just fucking horrible. Just give me a good Gulagoon.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast.
I think it's faded into obscurity, yeah. I mean, I don't think that's a good thing, but I think it's been like that for maybe since like around as long as this game has been obscure, in my opinion. I think it's not because of anything in particular that these games did wrong. I think that they're just very complicated games that are hard to access, so you know, once the pandemic faded out and people have less time to like spend on these games anyway. Plus the fact that 2023 was a really bad year economically for a lot of people. I think that a lot of the games that were popular in the late teens and like kind of had that like extra like runway through the pandemic, kind of they're no longer like leading the charge anymore. Interesting though, Majora's Mask has actually had a little bit of a comeback recently. And I think that the reason for that is because a lot of the people like they stepped away from that game sooner than they did for OT. Like the ace and shit in that game like fucked up the game way faster, so more people like took time off earlier. So I think that the cycle kind of like went through faster, where like people are just now getting to the point where they're starting to miss the game again. So I don't doubt that that can happen for OT in the next couple of years, that people start getting back into it for sure, but I think part of it is because like every game eventually goes through that cycle where it dies down for a little bit. But I believe that the catalyst to that for OT, like you could say that maybe it was like community decisions and like Ace and stuff like that, but I think a big part of it is that like a lot of these games, people just don't have time to play them anymore. Majora's Mask was like pretty controversial though. Like I think a lot of people stepped away from the community because of like leaderboard decisions and stuff, but it seems like, you know, they got their stuff together, they're back in the middle. Yeah, the intro skip stuff definitely turns me off too, for sure. It doesn't feel like you're actually playing the game, and it's only a matter of time until somebody criticizes like some other thing, you know. And then you gotta do that. Like, it's only a matter of time until like they say that Robo Sandy should just be like modded to like give you the bubble bowl when you get the spatula, you know. I think like we're gonna get to the point with speedrunning communities where like a lot of the runners are just gonna make their own rules. Like it's gonna like drift back to the way it was, but like I don't know, like the thing about like moderation is that a lot of the time people who moderate these games don't have the best interests of the game in mind. It's too democratic. It needs to be more bureaucratic, where it's just a board of people who understand the nature of the game making the decisions, and it's not being voted on. Like a bureaucracy that actually takes into consideration the different talking points of the players, but sifts through the good ones and bad ones. Yeah, like there are definitely ways that people who are bored of speedrunning can have fun. But why do we need to change speedrunning for those people? I mean, every game is going to get to the point where it's miserable to grind. It's just that you're just trying to like put it on life support by, you know, doing that. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, holy crap. Yeah, it's a tough spot, man. I mean, that's one of the greatest speed, if not the greatest speed run of all time. So it is pretty sad, like seeing that happen to the game. But I don't think it's forever, though. Yeah, it's a beautiful game. It's got to stick around. I think you're doing the speedrunning community a service by still playing it, even if you feel these things about the community and all that. Because I've personally been there with this game many times. But it gets better, man. Definitely gets better. Console split. $500 console. Do you think it's gonna get ported to like the Switch or something like that? Switch 2. Oh my god, this is so bad. I don't even think I can really continue this, honestly. What else am I gonna fucking do?
Sir.
What are you referring to with $500 console? It's not being played on an IQ player, is it? Oh my god, you guys are back to IQ again? I thought those days were fucking over. I haven't heard that in like fucking years. Wait, what? Since when do you guys use IQ? I thought that ended so long ago. I mean, that's just like what the Ratchet runners do with PlayStation 3. The PlayStation 3 had a limited run of like backward compatible consoles, and they had the leaderboard split over it because they're inaccessible. They also break. Yeah, it should be a separate category. I used to be very elitist about stuff like that, but I've come to realize that a lot of the time the console that we pick is arbitrary anyway. That's why I respect 64 for sticking with the original console, personally. Because you're not subject to like some company decides to re-release your game, or like some bullshit gets found, like fucking covering your PlayStation in pudding is just faster, some bullshit like that, you know. Always stick to the. I can't. This is unacceptable. This is literally unacceptable.
Are you ready, kids?
It's just awful video game.
Well,
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
This game had a big like burst in like people trying to find strats this year, but we couldn't figure anything out. We only got like 8.7 seconds, but that's still a lot for a game like this. But there are a far greater number of strat theories and attempts than there were actual like things being solved. This game's got a weird scenario where people are trying to make it faster, but we just can't figure things out. Like we can't like we don't have like ideas that are working. Because there's always shit being tested and ideas being bounced around, but oftentimes if something works, it just doesn't save time.
We can't jellyfish today.
It's tricky.
Fishing for robots.
I mean, at least there are discussions being had because, you know, the routing of the game is so complex, there are always ideas bouncing around, but I'm sure OOT is the same way. Some shit to consider with like child and adult and the routing. Yeah, this community has kind of gone back to being very any percent centric, which I'm perfectly happy with, honestly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with any percent. There's nothing that would push the players away from playing any percent yet, so it's still valid, you know. I personally like that we're all kind of united in trying to make the category faster for the eventual sub 40. Things are actually pretty okay right now over here. A few years ago, not so much, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, we're always, like, theory crafting with this game. And it's still not enough. We have more theories about why things won't work than why things will work at this point. Like, I could probably make, like, an hour-long video discussing why jellyfish fields will never change for the next, like, 5+ years. It's just so complicated at this point.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yeah, I think that things are going as well as they can possibly go for a game like this, all things considered. I wish we'd have some development on the emulation front with like the Xbox emulator, so more people can access this version of the game, but that's a tough task, you know. As far as what the runners are doing to like progress the game, I think that we're doing a good job though. Sub 40 will happen eventually at the rate that we're going, so that's good with me. It's probably going to be a run that actually means something. It's not going to just like find a 2-minute strat and just make it easy, you know. 39 will probably be the last minute break for a long time in this game, I believe, which is kind of cool. I like that. Yeah, 39 is definitely possible, but like required fucking insane run to get. Just gotta get better at the game. Figure out why I'm not pacing in the first like 15 minutes.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, that's tough, man. I mean, a big part of it is streaming too. Like, attracting a specific kind of audience that's gonna, like, get into the game and try it. I used to be really pushy about getting people to play the game, but I don't know. I've kind of come to realize that the people who want to play for themselves, like people who come to the realization that they want to try the game, it just feels a lot more natural and less like forced. I like that more, even if not like banging down the door, begging people to try the game. I just don't see a point in that anymore. I think there was more validity to it when like anybody could get into the game and find strats and you know, like.
3 years running.
I think that the net impact on the community for like really going hard with encouraging people to play the game is a net negative now, and in the past, like, yeah, it doesn't feel as natural, the growth, but it's a positive because the game is getting new strats and more people are like finding things and shit. But I don't know, it's like in this community I feel like it would take you years to even be able to find a strat in this game at this point, so I think you're better off just like letting people decide on their own, and then like those people will eventually figure things out if you like foster their growth instead of just like dividing your attention amongst many people.
Number 1.
Also, this is cool. We have 3 goated game representatives in the same chat. It's actually like every night in this stream. Actually, like the best players of all the best games are always hanging out here. It's pretty cool. Definitely makes me feel good about the environment that I've created here, I guess. Have a discussion about actual speedrunning, not just like talking points. Yeah, for real. Yeah, I mean that's a base take, man, and like you could argue that like MM did that at one point, but like you said, like when we talked about this a while ago, I think there's a lot more nuance to that situation that didn't really see the light of day because it was a little obscured in terms of like the imbalance of like who has the voice and who can like project the news out and who can't. I think that like Glitchy's saying with the OT community, like they have a similar issue where there's like information that's like literally not accessible because like the discussions where these things happen are just like private now. I could have gotten that. Yeah, that's what I mean, is like it's like slowly moving, like speedrunning is like slowly moving into like anarchy. Where like it went from being like bureaucratic to democratic, and now it's just becoming anarchic, where like you have people just like saying, I'm not even gonna like follow these rules, I don't want to follow them. It's like funny how like the Sunshine community was kind of like becoming anarchic, and then they like kind of put a band-aid on it with the hacked file shit, but they seem like they're on like the same page though. I think that they're on the same page now, but I will say that a lot of the older runners probably won't be getting back into the game because of that, and that is most likely the bulk of the community there. So it's tough. It's tough to say what people should and shouldn't do. People make mistakes, but I think that as long as people are acting in the best interest of the game itself and not necessarily like the majority of people, it should be more about what makes sense for the game. Because the majority of people are just going to be lazy and complain. I mean, in general, like, speedrunners complain a lot. I think that a lot of people are just, like, they're looking for ways to make the game easier and not, like, challenge themselves. Because they're too hyper-focused, like, hyper-fixated on, like, leaderboards and keeping up with the Joneses as far as strats go, you know? Not a lot of discussion about what the game is supposed to be. Yeah, you guys navigated out of it, and the game flourished, yeah, exactly. I can't believe this, man. I also think that a big part of it is, like, there's not a lot of like presence in the streaming community for like OT. Like I think that like Phil plays MM way more. Like ZFG and Phil are kind of in the same boat where they both do randos and shit. But like I think that like as far as I can tell, like Phil streams like way more than ZFG does. I think that his he's bringing a lot of people into that game right now who are like filtering into speedrunning like by proxy. You know. Yeah, exactly. Like it's definitely not permanent, but at the same time it's like I think the easiest thing OOT can do is just like reorganize the leaderboards. Like put a longer, more substantial category as the first one you see. You know, maybe not obviously 100%, but like just like the any percent at 3 minutes is like I feel like a lot of people see that and they just like they kind of assume the game is just like bone dry, you know. But there's still a lot of stuff happening in it. Yeah, this game is like the beginning of this game is just really, really hard with all like the one frames and stuff, with like the one frame jumps and you know like dealing with RNG and stuff like that to get out of early game. And in the middle of the game, of course, like you got like SBA, you got to really manage that very well. Harder than the beginning of the game, in my opinion, because then like you have to make a plan based on SBA to figure out how you're gonna like tackle late game. Like your shinies and socks and stuff, and then the late game is just like every 30 seconds is like a run-killing, frame-perfect, angle-perfect nightmare. It takes like any variation from like 2 to like 7 seconds to set up, and even when you do set it up, you still have to deal with like the different speeds and the different routing for the speeds and the time loss from getting the different speeds, and even like coping with the different speeds. And then there's never a point in this game where you're actually just like at peace, except for like Robo Sandy, basically. Like you have like 3 minutes of downtime in that one area. The rest of the game is just a fight at that point. That's all you get in this one. And I think that the way that like people see that like portrayed on my stream, because like at least with some of the more popular games, you get to see like newer players, like popular streamers, play games they're new to and like show like it's not all like the way the world record plays it. Like there are other ways of playing the game that are also like fulfilling and enjoyable, if that's your thing. So like Mario is always a go-to example, like just like Ms. Kiff doing 16 star. I mean, a lot of these guys are just like big dudes who are popular and don't have necessarily any talent in video games. They're just like picking up these games and doing them for the first time and showing people like you can do it too, you know. Even if that's not the message, that's what they're portraying. Yeah, no problem. I totally feel that, by the way, with like the fucking political climate and all that right now. Not even just in the US, like there's been like a massive like political like shift and like on the spectrum lately in a lot of different countries, and like imagine that regardless of where you are right now, there's gonna be a lot of bullshit going on with the family gatherings. Fortunately for the stream, I'm actually gonna be here today, but I'm not gonna be here on Friday though. So I will be gone one day this week, but yeah, today I will be here and I will be here later as well.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can't hear you.
well,
The silent killer of a game
Yeah.
is when a trick that is not flashy
Myself a snack.
saves a lot of time and is very, very difficult. That's like the silent killer of a lot of these games. That's just Ace in a nutshell. Like, people don't like looking at Ace, they don't like playing it. It doesn't feel good to do it. It just feels like you're relieved that it worked, you know? It's not a good strategy for speedrunning, you know? So when a game has something like that, like this game, like SBA, and at one point lag clips were a big deterrent for people.
Hey,
Like these are really hard strats that don't make the game more fun or to watch or play. They just make it more impressive if you're like a hardcore. But they just make the game worse to play overall. It's gonna like silently make the game less popular. This game's a rock in a hard place though, because SBA makes the rest of the game better, but you still have to do it, and if you do it, like most people opt to do the 2 tiki strat because it's consistent in terms of the money you get and the setup working pretty much 100% of the time. But, you know, like once you're in that, once you have skin in the SBA game, it's like you're losing 20 seconds by not doing the 1 tiki strat, but you're also getting like 5% of the runs you'd usually get if you're doing that, so just like, it's like fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. I think the SBA is one of the most interesting tricks in all of speedrunning. It's just like the perfectly like hilarious, like well orchestrated strategy. And of course, like it's visually appealing, it's funny, it's like the sound is unique, like you know what that sound sounds like if you've seen the game before. That shit's burned into your memory. I think it's a fantastic strategy for the game, but it was always controversial. Especially because some runners don't like the 1 tiki strategy and they don't like losing time not doing it or like having to do it. It's like, it's rough, you know.
that was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
At the end of the day though, like, for most of these infinite skill ceiling games, like the ones we discussed today, it's a matter of time. Until the community is willing to do things like that are just gonna cook the game, and some people just aren't gonna be able to hang anymore. Like Carpetless was the first one like that for Mario, and I can only imagine there are gonna be a lot more soon.
Well,
I don't think that's bad. I like no time like the present, you know. Sunshine is a really cool game though. Like that is for sure an infinite skill ceiling game. You should watch the test if you haven't already. The no ace test that recently came out. Bianco in that test is fucking insane, dude. It's so sick. Yeah, definitely check that out.
well,
Zelpiku Kirby is a goat. One of the greatest tasters of all time.
Hey,
If not the greatest taster of all time. I think that's what I would do if I weren't doing this. I'd just be like a 120 shines runner. I think that game is severely underrated as a speedrun these days. So that's another one with like the intro skipping, you know.
well,
I don't think I'd run the game with intro skip if I ran it. Like in 120 shines.
myself a snack.
In any percent, I get it, but yeah, 120 shines is like already like 3 hours long, you know. I feel like you can stomach it. And that, like, Mario games in general are like easier to put time into to improve in because you can actually like practice the individual stars, you know. But you can just like fully just commando practice in games like that and just get better at them, whereas a game like this you have to do runs, otherwise you're just not gonna get better.
the graveyard.
Because the decision making and shit throughout the run is just as important to practice.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Video games are really cool. If you need more of a reason to speedrun, that's a pretty good reason. My idiot ass just did like all the wrong shit there.
Are you ready, kids?
Video games are cool and they're a non-divisive way to bring people together. It's like a sport that, you know, like anybody can participate in, you know? You don't have to be like genetically
The
advantaged
graveyard.
to participate in these communities.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
At least not yet. Give us like 50 years or so, maybe. When our children are groomed into this fucking hobby. Just like they do in the NBA. I guess that's not working out so well for some people, though. It's working out better for some than others. Alright. Unfortunately, I woke up too late. But that means I need less sleep today, and I'll probably be back sooner than later tonight. So, I'll be here tonight. Hopefully at a reasonable time. I always feel shitty ending my stream this early, but like, unfortunately, the reality is that I need to wake up sooner, so. Yeah, I'm gonna raid Tabin. He speedruns a game that is definitely not as well known as ours, but oh shit. There it is. Yeah. Definitely not as well known as ours, but it is very cool, and it's making a lot of progress too, so yeah, want to support that. Alright, I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for watching.